Uh-oh. Haha. So in a weird moment, I decided to make a ranger. Don't ask me why. I just decided it was a good idea. And by the way, I've been playing this character for like the last day. Um, well, there's where I need to go. I'm going to explore the surrounding area for just a second, because there's only about a second's worth of exploration to be had. Oh. So, anyway, at the end of the day, um, me and my fiance have been discussing a few things. One of them being potentially leaving the state of Maine. I don't know whether it's going to happen or not. It really just has to do with whether our alleged pill fiend of a governor can get her shit straight and actually govern the state instead of taxing the shit out of us at every fucking turn. Because it's all that she seems interested in doing. And I'm kind of sick of dealing with it, so are a lot of other people. The tax and spend shit needs to stop. It does. No, it's gotten to a certain point of um, being mentally unhinged that it's really making a lot of people that live here uncomfortable. Okay, like we were kind of okay. Actually, we weren't okay with it. When companies offer a family leave system, it needs to be something done by the companies, not the state. And here lately, we've been dinged with paying an extra 1% tax for a family leave program, which ordinarily, 1%, I'd probably sit there and shrug. But consider for a moment we pay 5.5% purchase tax. We pay an excise tax every year for renewing our vehicles that is based on the mileage and the year, make, and model of the vehicle. Usually anywhere up above $75 a year, typically. It's, in the case of some vehicles, $1,000, by the way. The property tax is county by county, but usually ranges to be about over $1,000 a year, depending on where you live. There are some places that it is way cheaper, but when you live there, there's literally nothing there. And if you live in the bigger cities where, you just naturally expect your taxes to be higher, right? So, on average, if the state of Maine is going to take up this 1% extra income tax, which is what it is, to cover their family living whatever, which that's another thing too. Our income taxes each year rivals that of the federal government's income taxes. My fiance just got her W-2s in, and the numbers are basically identical. So, the question then becomes, what are they doing with all this friggin' money? Well, I have my suspicions, but I'm not going to... Well, I will say what I suspect, but that I don't have any evidence to back it up, so understand that. I have a sneaking suspicion that there are certain politicians in the governor's office, as well as in our legislature, that very well could be backpocketing the money. I have a sneaking suspicion that they are dumping them into programs that are either run by their family or friends, and then, by the time they get out of office, they're going to have basically an unlimited retirement fund that they can do whatever they want with. Okay, that's my sneaking suspicion. Now, what is it actually going for? Well, that's a little bit more complicated. And in order for me to explain that to people who are not from the state, it is complicated, but it's not. Excuse me. Maine has a lobster and tourism industry. We rely on a lot of different things, but mostly tourism, lobster, and it used to be logging, but now that no one's using paper goods except to wipe their hind ends, we've kind of had to make a shift to creating lumber products, basically. Your OBS boards is what our local mill has been planning on shifting off to making. So there's that. So, here's my big issue with the whole thing. We got told by this administration, that they would expand the internet infrastructure in the state of Maine, the telecommunications infrastructure in the state of Maine. Do you know what hasn't happened? And by the way, that was a part of the tax budget. You know what hasn't happened yet? I can't go to my mom's and use the internet without having some sort of wireless telephone. Like a cell phone, a smartphone, with a hotspot. And while, yes, that is internet infrastructure, it's not what we agreed to when we voted for this stuff. We voted for hardline connections, actually. Namely, of the fiber optic variety. But places like Carroll Plantation, Springfield, a lot of places up north, they get basically put on the back burner because they're not, quote-unquote, important to someone who's bought off by the coastal elites. Maine is a smaller version of California. They've even attempted to push gun control shit down our throats, just like what California has. See, every time we've had a Democrat in office in the state of Maine, if California does it, whatever Democrat governor we have wants to mirror what California does. When it's a Republican, it's typically whatever Texas does. Heaven for fucking bid. If we should have our own fucking state with our own fucking independent ideologies and not have to copy someone else. The only thing that we do different from the two of them is the fact that we alternate between the two of them every 10 years or so. Well, guess what? Maine is supposed to have its own identity. We don't. Right now, we're under the rule of a Democrat who basically does whatever her coastal buddies with all that fucking money, her coastal donors, tell her to do. So no matter how much the people in the state of Maine don't want this bullshit in our state, it doesn't matter, because a bunch of people from Massachusetts, California, New York come up here and get to sit there and try to dictate what happens in our state. They're barely even residents. They're only residents in the fact that they own property here because they have the money to own houses in two different locations. Shit. I hate that attack. But, yeah. So now we have Donald Trump in office as president. Which, by the way, Governor Janet Pills might not like it, but she's got to live with it. She sure does. No. Yeah, no. Most of the people in my state, they voted for her because we didn't have a good alternative. The alternative was her or someone worse. And you know what? I'm kind of getting tired of it. And this lazy turd muffin is probably going to get off of his butt and start doing stuff because I'm seriously considering thinking to myself, what would it take to run for office in the state of Maine? That's what I'm thinking. And I know a lot of my viewpoints probably wouldn't be. They'd be pretty heavily drugged by the mainstream media, like, en masse. I know that. But here's the thing, those are national politics, right? Alright, we separate national politics from what I want to do at home. And what I want to do at home is get the lobster industry pumping again, get our tourism industry pumping again, and get some of our logging back. We don't need all of it. I will say we don't need all of it. We just need some of it to come back. Just enough. To keep our state afloat. Okay? Which means that we have to do away with some, not all, some of the regulations that we have. And what those regulations are, that would be my first day in office, would literally be to look at some of these regulations that are binding up our key industries that are keeping our state afloat. Because the reality is, the last thing the state of Maine needs right now is just more stuff keeping us from being a successful state. And I know that, the chances of someone who does game streaming winning some sort of governorship would be fucking remote at best, but I see what's going on in my state, and I know that it's time for something to change somewhere. And if that something is me getting off of my duff and doing something about it, then that's the way it needs to be. Oh, I can't do that. That is the one that I just got done making. Um, there's just a whole culture in Maine of apathy where a lot of this stuff, and by the way, You'll notice um, how I haven't mentioned the usual suspects of DEI and yada yada yada. Um, that's because I believe in merit. Meaning, if you're good at running a budget, I'm gonna put you in a budget office. I'm not gonna put you in charge of the police. You know, the strictly the legal end of things. I'm gonna put you where your talents show that you do the best work. That's all that means. And that's a fairly common sense practice. Now, there are some things that I've said in the past that apply to national politics that don't apply to local politics. And I do know for a fact that some of the things that I've said about national politics they would attempt to use these things against me on local politics. As an example, the border. Nationally, I think we need to have a firm border policy because we do. State-wise, I mean, people are free to come and go between the states as they see fit. Unless you've broken some major law somewhere that's gotten you, like, perma-banned from a state for doing something stupid, I don't see a reason why we would have an issue with you. Now, if you have broken a law somewhere, and you have done something dumb, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's all I'm going to say. Man, that whole next tier of skills, I don't even like the way they look. The gas arrow is probably the one that I like the best. Oh, excuse me. What I actually want is the detonating arrow. Oh, excuse me. Um, I don't even know if I like that actually. Anyway, um, the big problem I have with our current policies, we're taxed to death, and sure, the state-run roads are fine. Some of the time, but the local roads are fucked right up. And every time a locality asks the state for help, they get shrugged off and said deal with it in local taxes. Except these state roads, whether the local roads, whether the state wants to admit it or not, are still a part and property of the state of Maine and need to be treated as such. They are not. They're not at all. And then when you try to raise a concern with the governor's office, you effectively get the sucks to suck, not my problem spiel from our governor right now. Because the Democrats basically own and operate our legislature and our executive branch in the state of Maine. Yep. So effectively, they get to do whatever they want, and the rest of us get to suffer. Yep. With absolutely no check or balance in what they do. The only way that we can do it is to take it to the courtroom if they break some rule somewhere, and that is a big fat if. And even then, it's going to depend on what judge is in that day, basically. Which is not how you govern a state. This is not how state government is supposed to be. There's supposed to be compromise and actually getting things done. When in fact, the state of Maine has a backlog from the last 10 years worth of bills that haven't been addressed. They haven't even been brought to the floor. They've been voted on, sure. They've just been stacked up on a desk and not touched. Because they don't want to do it. Yeah. So, because the people in Augusta are bought and paid for by the coastal elites, plain and simple, the people of Maine never get what they want out of their government. Excuse me. Ugh. And every time we try to do something about it, we get nailed with ad hominem attacks that have nothing to do with the issue at hand. But it's just enough to distract the general public from us trying to do things the way that they're supposed to be done. Yep. The problem is that courtesy of Twitter and now Facebook's new regulations for fact checking, which is going out the window, people are finding out real quick that once you remove the government controls on social media and people talking and having discourse, you're going to find that a lot of people in a lot of places are going to sit there and say, yeah, no, that's not how things are supposed to be. You know, I'm sitting at home, and I'm going to say relatively unemployed. Relatively unemployed. I'm not really in between jobs per se, because to be in between jobs, you have to actually be looking. I have a lot of stuff that needs to be done, and I'm doing one of them actually right now. Another one of those things is I cook, clean, and take care of my home. It's kind of what I do. And yeah. So, yeah, the big problem with the state of Maine is definitely the taxes, and the governor seems dead set on basically targeting businesses that don't toe the party line. And when people found out about it, we voted against it, and nothing happened. She still got her way. Like, in the state of Maine, it seems like whatever the governor says goes. I'm sorry, but that needs to change. We need to get into the Maine Constitution, and we need to deal with it, because this is not a way to live. No. I should not have to leave my home because my governor decided to raise taxes again. And the problem is that all these little fun little what's the word? Garbage programs that don't even really matter, by the way, because a lot of companies have paid family leave built into their company policy when you're working for them. Especially bigger companies like Walmart. Walmart actually has that, by the way. It's just kind of native to their company. Yeah, I would know. Me and my former fiance, my ex, we used it when my daughter was born. So, I mean, you can't say that companies don't have these things. They do. What it is when people go looking for work, they need to shop around and find the company that has the right, scheduling and everything else that they need to meet their needs. The problem is that This is an attempt to remove that by forcing everyone to socialistically pay more taxes to cover a little pet project, basically. A pet project that'll have the opposite effect because you're going to drive even more people out of the state and less people are going to pay into it. You got people like me and my fiance talking about moving to New Hampshire. Think about that for a minute. Ooh, nice. Okay. And if you think that, oh, well, you're a conservative, so I don't care if you leave. Just remember, when I leave, you're removing tax revenue. Because it's not just me leaving, a lot of people leaving. Okay? A lot of people are leaving that would cover your little pet programs. And sure, you could raise the taxes on the people that remain, but then you get into a vicious cycle of you tax more and more people leave. So you have to raise the taxes more to cover the programs, causing even more people to leave. Until eventually, only the rich are here, and they don't work anyway. They have enough money to not work. So it's a stupid program. It is a dumb program that disincentivizes people from coming here and staying. It does. It really does. The same is true for any tax. The more taxes you levy against people, the more this happens. Oh, well, it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, it has. Why do you think everyone left as the second you got in office? Because they knew what was coming. Every time a Democrat comes to Maine, it's a tax and spend Democrat. They take our money, they tax the hell out of us, and then they spend it on all these stupid little pet programs and rob us of our yearly fucking savings for their own little projects. Never mind the fact that we might have our own friggin' individual priorities, and they don't give a shit. And that's the problem with the fucking Democrats. There it is, in a nutshell. There is zero consideration, absolutely no consideration for the individual in the Democrat Party. And that's why y'all lost 2024. You want to consider fringe minority groups, but you don't want to consider individuals. People don't just fit in groups. People have their own trains of thought. Weird concept here. I believe in universal basic income, but I believe it should be adjustable based off of how much the U.S. is getting in tax and tariff revenue from exporting goods. I think that tax should be redistributed amongst the people that live in this country as a dividend. 100%. Instead of, yeah. I think that the United States needs to start producing stuff again, and that's what we need to do. I don't think that it should be come off of the backs of the workers like that. I think it should come out of overriding companies as, a tariff for things going, or I don't know if that's really the right word, but money going out, money coming in for goods that we put out. See, once it gets above, okay, you've paid your company, including yourself, and your overhead is covered, and whatever pet projects you have for your company is done, whatever you have left over, the government takes, let's say 5% out of the company as a whole, and it goes into a fund that then gets transmitted into basically individual income for everyone once a year. It's kind of like a sacrificial offering that goes towards funding the government, and whatever's left over from doing that can be given to the people directly instead of this stupid income tax where everyone on board gets hit monthly. And hey, people might not like that idea, but you know what it would do? It'd bring the economy back. We'd have jobs. Okay? People would then, other countries would then respect us because we'd go back to actually making things. The thing that the United States was known for prior to the 1960s. The big thing that we were known for was actually manufacturing. A lot of people like to think, no, it was racism. No, it wasn't. It was manufacturing. Racism just kind of came alongside it and didn't need to happen in the first place. We can have manufacturing without that kind of shit now. There's really no reason for it to happen. And by the way, that no racism thing goes for DEI programs as well. People need to be hired based off of their skill and abilities. Not, oh, well, you have a different skin color or other immutable attribute that makes you in a minority status group. No. In logging, it's whoever can use the chainsaw the best uses the chainsaw. Whoever can drive the skid steer the best drives the skid steer. It's called skill-based hiring. Okay? And it is the most fair, level-handed type of hiring that there is, because it does not take into account any of these other stupid things that people like to shove down our throats every day. And before people get on here and say, well, black people, blah, blah, blah. You know how many black loggers there actually are in the United States? They're actually really good at using chainsaws? Quite a few. You know how many of them used to cut firewood with me and my stepdad back in Arkansas? Very few, because where we lived was predominantly, a white area. But the kids that were using the chainsaws to cut firewood at that point in time, hey, guess what? They knew what the fuck they were doing. That's for sure. So I'm not going to sit here and slam around people based on their skin color. I know better. I'm not going to do it based on their gender either, because my mother can drop a tree just like a pro logger of 30 friggin' years experience can. Or, well, she could if her back wasn't messed up, but you get my point. I've seen her do it. Even with a messed up back, by the way. Bear in mind, she was hurting for the next day or two, which sucks, but the point is that none of that stuff matters. It should be based on skill. 100% of our hiring in the United States should be skill-based hiring. There is no excuse for it to not happen. And setting up all these little diversity, equity, and inclusion, or inclusion and equity, DEI equals DIE, all these stupid little programs that do nothing but hamper the ability of certain industries by hiring less qualified individuals based off of, certain immutable characteristics. Instead, we should be hiring the most qualified. I don't want the guy off of the street corner, I don't care what his skin color is, doing my taxes for me. I want someone who's been doing taxes for people for the last 2 years, at least. At minimum. Minimum requirement. I don't want someone who's been nailed for embezzlement 6 times, again, regardless of skin color, running my books. And as a prospective game developer, which, yes, I am, might only be RPG Maker 2003, but we're working on it every day. Every day. Oh, I hate that. I don't want to start a business in Maine because the governor could come in and say, oh, you're going against what I'm saying, so I'm going to remove your business license. Uh-uh. That is a violation of my right to free speech and an attempt to punish my company for me speaking my mind. That is blatantly unconstitutional. And yet, it's what happened to the Savage Brewing Company in Bethel, or Newry, Maine. They lost their business license because the governor said thing. And that's another thing. I disagree with the concept of business licenses as a whole. I think if you want to start a business and it's a legal business, you absolutely should be able to do it. And the government should have zero say in the matter. If you break a law, well, then they can talk about it. But instead, that's not what we get. Oh no. We get told as private citizens that we have to do thing. We have to pay a $500 fucking fee to start a business. Or whatever it is. It's dumb. And it needs to stop. So basically, if I ended up running for governor, I think here's what I'd run on. Removing a lot of the taxes for the state. Eliminating a lot of, I do mean a lot, of these taxpayer-funded pet programs that really don't need to exist in the first place, because a lot of people already either, number one, budget for these things on their own, or number two, work for a company that's already accounted for it, or is already a part of a federal law in some cases and the program already exists. Yeah. I would make an effort to balance out ecological concerns with the lobster industry, but I would actively have a leader in the lobster industry, actually probably quite a few of them, and several professional, not activist-based environmental scientists present at every meeting to go over what can and what can't be done. If there's an issue with boats leaking on oil, then fine, we need to have a conversation about putting a regulation about inspecting boats for oil leaks, right? That's fine. I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with that. Keep the inspection down around $5 to $10 and pretty much no one will say a word about it. And make it once a year. If that were an issue, right? Like, I'm sure we could agree that things like that that would develop into a concern, or could develop into a concern, can be addressed with simple steps. The other thing I would do is remove the vehicle inspections in the state of Maine. 100%. We would also be looking into alternatives to the use of salt on our roads, because let's face it, it's the number one killer of vehicles in Maine is the salt corrosion. Arkansas has shown some promise in using a combination of sand and, get this, beet juice. And by the way, if you think that won't work, just remember, ice is ice, and Arkansas gets quite a bit of ice each year. I lived there for a decent number of years, like 5 or 6, so I would know. But we can definitely look into alternatives, not saying that they would be implemented, but we would at least make an actual attempt to bring into the fold things that are not salt-based. And that would reduce the wear and tear on the vehicles of the people that live here, and would probably be greatly appreciated by the people who live here. And by the way, environmentally, that would be more friendly as well. And here's why. When you kill a vehicle because of, rust corrosion, there's a lot of petroleum products that go into a vehicle that end up being just part of the crushing process. They are never crushed perfectly clean, ever. You're talking to someone with experience in automotive salvage. Um, no one, no one cleans those things the way that they should. Oh, you're supposed to drain the gas tank. Yeah, most people when they drain a gas tank, do you know what they do? They take a screwdriver and a hammer and they puncture the bottom of the gas can. Especially if the gas has water of any kind in it, they will just literally let that shit flow onto the fucking ground. So you think Freon gets handled the way that it should with a recycler? Oh, no, 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 no. No, they just find the high pressure end and grab a fucking bolt cutter and cut the bolt and run away. That's automotive salvage. They don't give a fuck. So every time you drop one of these cars into a salvage yard, you're contributing to a detrimental force against the environment anyway. So I would imagine that even if you're against petroleum products, um, you would imagine that environmentalists would be quite mad about this, but would also make it a point to, I don't know, keep these vehicles from ending up in scrapyards. Yeah. You would imagine that would be a priority, right? Oh, no, no, no. These people don't care. They care about their lobby dollars and blowing friggin' cocaine up their nose, basically. When it comes to actually doing something substantive, like removing the reason why a lot of pollutants end up in our environment by, removing salt corrosion as a factor for vehicles, they don't care about that. They care about cow farts. Cow farts and doing cocaine. That's what they care about. And whenever it comes time to implement any sort of real change, they're nowhere to be found. It's a joke. Wrong button. And when I say the only industry that I could potentially be bought is the gaming industry, I don't mean gaming as in gambling. I mean video games. Like real video games, not gambling bullshit games. But I still have standards at that point. If a game company pushes DEI bullshit at the detriment of their own company, I will actively look at them as unreasonable people and refuse to do any sort of business with them at all. Dodge the thing I wanted to try on a boss just to see what it does. Okay. No, you don't. Oh, I hate this boss. I really hate fighting this boss. It's not that it's a hard fight, it's just annoying. But actually, probably the only thing that you could say I would be guilty of doing would be trying to move more business in the form of game industries, like video game creation firms, into the state of Maine. Absolutely. Why not? Oh my god. This is why I hate this boss. Moves around too friggin' much. And yes, I'm well aware some of that is my fault for not doing the pin build, but why should I sacrifice passive points to disable an opponent that I could be dumping in for damage? Like I said, just kind of annoying at this point. Ooh. Well, well, well. What have we here? But I don't know what the process is to run for governor. I don't know if I'd actually want to do it. To be honest, I'd probably shut down a lot of the tax and spend BS that's going on. And outside of that, I'd probably end up being a very lazy governor. I mean, all the basics would be covered, but that'd be probably about it. And no, I wouldn't be running on any sort of accolades or anything, which would probably put me at a bit of a disadvantage, to be honest. But at this point, it's less about what people have done in the past, it's more about what the future looks like. And to be honest with you, who our current governor is, Maine's future looks really friggin' grim. Yep, as a state. So I'm kind of juggling it. I mean, there's some people I'd have to talk to in my life personally before I did that to make sure that they, mostly family actually, but what I would actually really like to see Maine do is take the purchase tax down to an even 4%, half the current property tax rate statewide, Remove the inspection process the way that it's written. Remove the salt off of the roads. Stop using salt. We need to find an alternative for salt. Consider hydroelectric power off of some of our rivers instead of just running paper mills on them. Look into what it would cost and what the benefits would be. Upgrade our power grid. To better suit our current needs. That does something else, but
shocking.
Okay, I'm not gonna complain about that. For sure. Also, let's see. We'll drop one of those in. I wish I had some bow modifiers. No, I don't know. As far as solar power goes, I would probably take apart the current solar fields in Maine and turn around and set up a program to where people could, like a lottery system, people could apply for these solar panels for free, and whoever wins the lottery gets the panels. Like, what, 4 per person kind of thing? Dependent on the quality of the panels that we use. Like, if they're like if they're higher quality panels, have like a $5 lottery entry, and that would go back into the system for setting up a hydroelectric power system, and we would be discussing probably nuclear power. But it would have to be noted that it'd have to be a very safe form of nuclear power. And it would have to be away from any major city population or any population over like 500 people within like a 10-mile radius. Those would be kind of my personal requirements. Yeah, sure, people would have to drive 10 miles into work, but at least then they have, it's not going to negatively affect any major, like, city center right off of the bat if something goes wrong. Basically, just responsible regulations like that, not doing it at all. Which is what we're currently doing. And if we were serious about clean energy, we would be having the discussion about nuclear power. But we're not. So, all right, I need to get rid of these things. Actually, not that so much yet. Recovery rate's good. Increased charge is good. Oh. Booger. Well, it consumes 10 either way. And I don't have an item that can... Actually, I do, but I'm going to save it for later. Flask improvement is not exactly the highest item on my list. What I really want are these 3 right here. So. Okay. I don't really feel like my character is ready to proceed. So, I will do this at a later point in time. There are a few items I want to have before I try it. And I highly doubt oh man. Yep. That is a flat damage increase. I'm not worried about it because I have a ton of them. I am not getting rid of that. In fact, none of these things are gotten rid of at this point. I need to use 3 of them. Lightning arrow. Lightning rod. And a support gem. Let's see, what can we do? I like freezing salvo. The problem is the level 1 support gem that it has attached to it, it's not going to cut it. So, do I have any more level 3s left? 1. Make it count. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Let's see. And I'll make another one strength just to make sure that my stuff is well maintained. And now we use this. There we go. That's better. Much better. Okay. Well, I'm not likely to use that one until it gets fully charged anyway. So a 40% damage increase is just kind of a good idea. Can I just kind of say something fun? I really wish that this had like all the no weapon requirement. Because your character doesn't actually use the bow to launch it. The problem with doing that is that I would totally find a way to stack it up with other skills. This one is going to go here, actually. Yep. My reasoning is that the electrocution tidbits is important. I really should. The thing that I really like about the ascendancies in this game, you don't have to do a lot of research into them. You just hover over the passive skills, see which one you like best and which one you think would work best for your build, and then you just pick it. It's actually pretty sweet. Okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I will be right back. I'm going to mute my mic. Another thing that I'd be looking into if I were governor would be the red tide. As someone who likes to eat steamed clams by the fistful, um, I would like to know what causes the red tide. I'd like to know what can we do to prevent it. Excuse me. And if it ends up being something that we can use for a resource, some way, somehow, I'd like to know what that is and how do we go about it. And I don't think that's too much to ask, really. Oh, that doesn't work here. I have to go do the thing. Excuse me. That would be a priority as well if I had an administration to run on. So finding a way to curb or shut down the red tide, removing chronic wasting disease, or trying to figure out the cause and how to stop it in our local deer populations. Trying to find a way to humanely remove the coyote infestation, and I don't mean the human trafficker coyote. I actually mean the fuzzies. They kill our deer herd, and they're really just not welcome at this point. I went all that way, and I could have just done all this stuff right here. You know, a lot of people don't understand this about the state that I live in, but we actually rely on our deer herd pretty heavily. In fact, during the time that y'all were panicking because of COVID, you know what? Just give me 30. Y'all were rushing your stores and stuff. We were actually out there deer hunting, like looking for food. So, just a weird concept that a lot of city folk don't understand. And these are going to get reorganized because I don't like the way the organization system in this game operates at all. Bosses deal reduced damage, reduced merchant prices. I'll save that. Honor resistance. What why did that not let me put in a relic? Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to try this one without having a relic in the thing. I don't have a lot of honor on my character. Having some honor resistance would have been nice. Yeah, no. This is just not going to go my way. Well, the idea is to take as little damage as possible, so I'm going to go with the high road this time, I guess. um, hmm. Ooh. That could be fun. Eat it. Oh, excuse me. Mm. Um, yeah, there's like a lot of things that need to be done to be fixed in this state that are not being addressed at all. And this one's just pure movement speed. Nope, not even gonna waste my time with the extra shit. Just gonna move my butt. Oh, I guess it does use the arrow, the bow, doesn't it? Interesting. This right here is the stuff that I have a problem with. They follow you into this room. Hmm. I don't like that. Well, I want the bronze key, so we'll do things this way, I guess. I hate these. Yep. Okay. A green lever. Damn it. Oh boy. Bug zapper. Here we go. Character is so friggin' weak. This last boss is gonna be balls to fight. Oh boy. Mm. Mm. Magnus, enough! Hey! Stupid dog. Love him to death, but he drives me insane sometimes. Dude, no. Screw off. It's my area, you little bastard. There. Now, I have to fight and kill this jackass. Shit. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Okay, that might actually end up there. But yeah, I think it's time that we get someone in office who actually understands the needs of the main people. And that goes for the natives too. Our current governor does not seem to embody that at this point, and hasn't for some time. Um, and we could push slander all day because, like, there's a whole bunch of rumors from back in the day concerning her previous activities. For sure. Oh, I'm sure. There's, by the way, there's probably plenty of stuff about me too. But I don't think that's really the way that Maine should be run. We should not be run on slander and throwing mud. I think this is more of a symptom of bad governance at this point that I'm even talking about this. Okay. Um. Ooh. Ooh. Schmiley. Okay, Pathfinder is an option. Deadeye. That's also an option. Hmm. Hmm. So this is probably a really stupid thing to do, but I'm gonna go with Pathfinder actually, and it's specifically gonna be for the additional skill points. So. And now I'm gonna come down here. Yep. Yep. Puts me a lot further on my tree. Just the way I wanted it. Maybe. We'll see. That's kind of a... If I do that, it's just going to be specifically for the movement speed. Um, so, here's my problem with the governorship. 90% of what the main governor does, I could literally do from home on the computer. The rest of the stuff, I could have my assistants bring me the bills and sign them, which is basically how it happens anyway, because they send a messenger with the bill over to the governor anyway. Effectively, being the governor of the state of Maine, and I'm not kidding, I could do a better job than our current governor, literally sitting in the place that I'm sitting right now, playing the same video games that I'm playing right now. What's that? You got another 100 bills for me to sign? Okay, that'll take me about 20 minutes. 30 minutes. I just need a general summary of their content, and yeah. Assuming they're not single issue bills, which a lot of bills in the state of Maine tend to be single issue. So, you know, yeah. And by the way, I'm not 100% against these Democrat pet programs. I'm just against the ones that cost us money and infringe on our rights. You can have Save the Environment initiatives built into a forestry project. It's simple. You're only allowed to take a certain percentage of trees that are, and they have to be the bigger trees. They can't be anything younger, so that way the forest can regrow. And every tree that you take out, you have to plant a tree. Ta-da! I mean, there you go. I'd say, like, nothing smaller than... I'd need someone from the forestry service someone who's actually a professional at this stuff to actually help with it. But yeah, I mean, sure. We could draft a proposal that could turn into a bill in the Maine Legislative House that could have environmental protections built into a forestry bill that allows more forestry to happen in the state of Maine, but limits what size of tree can and can't be taken. And also put in protections for endangered tree species. Or trees that could be used as other natural resources, for example, maple trees. Maple trees make maple syrup. Leave my syrup alone. You know, these things are things that we could easily be discussing, but we're not. Okay. So that's chance to pierce. Let's see. That's penetration, not piercing. Your codex needs to be more specific when searching. Anything on the periphery? Like anything at all? No. Nothing down here. Just to double check my spelling. Yep. Huh. That's a small problem, actually. Oh, maybe. That's pinning. That's a flask. That's maiming. Oh. Arrows pierce an additional target. But there's nothing else to increase the chance of piercing. At least not any further here. So I have a 65% chance to pierce. That's not bad, but I'd like to have more. Specifically, I'm interested in this because it does not appear. Yeah, these do not have the damage penalty that the gems do for forking and piercing. Chaining, I only didn't pick that because, and I probably should have, but because the chances are so low, I just didn't see it as worth it at the time. Evasion and dexterity. Evasion based off of equipment. I don't see anywhere else on the thing at all that says anything else about piercing damage. At all. That being said, a 75% increase of Actually, closer to 85. Hang on. Math time. 30 for 45 is 75. So yeah, 85% quiver bonuses. That depends on what bonuses they allow. That being said, this could be really powerful based off of whatever bonuses you have. For example, if this applies to level scaling bonuses, and you have a +6 quiver on +6 to all bow skills, you're talking about an additional like 4 points. 4 levels of skills. That's a lot of level bonus, actually. Now, if only they had something like this for the bows. Oh, wait. Hang on. They don't. But what they do have is actually pretty good. And I do like that. Feathered fletching. Increasing projectile speed also applies to damage. So, at that point, I'm looking at probably a pretty massive respec, but that's not projectile speed. That's just straight up attack speed, which could play into it. I'm not sure. Attack speed, projectile damage. I know there's a gem that does it. There's skill speed. I actually want these. These 3 right down here are almost more important than what I grabbed up here. Just the fact that it makes me move faster and gives me a lot of skill speed. These 3 points are pretty invaluable if you're looking to move fast. Also, removing the potency of slow buffs is important too. This is critical hit stuff. Not necessarily the worst idea on the planet. Attacks have a 1% chance added to critical hit chance. Okay. What's the difference between this and this? Because according to what I'm reading here, this looks more important than this. $10, $35, $50, and if I'm doing my math right, which I know I'm not, $51. 61. What about the bow tree itself? Damage, accuracy, damage, critical hit goes up further the further it goes out, critical hit damage, and damage. So realistically, if you're going for a critical hit build, this one, and like these 2 points probably do you pretty good. What annoys me is that I'm looking for a skill that increases the amount of piercing, and I think I've already got the only 2 that they really have here. So, well, critical hit damage. That's not bad, actually. Pin buildup. I mean, that's really not that many points, and it's pretty decent, actually. And pinning my opponent would not necessarily be a bad thing either. All of a sudden, that accuracy rating seems more and more a little bit more important. Excuse me. Marking skills, stun and freeze buildups. Not that bad. I don't have access to spears. Why would I do this? 25% more skill speed while the offhand is empty, and you have a one-handed martial weapon equipped in your main hand. Don't bows technically count as two-handed? Or not? Let's ask the question. And we'll use the phone to do it. In Path of Exile 2... Really? Really gonna give me lip about that, huh? There should not be sign-in required. I am the administrator. Thank you. In Path of Exile 2, do bows count as two-handed or one-handed weapons? Two-handed. That offers me up an interesting, very interesting idea and notion. Whoa. Wait, what? Oh, that's distance-based. But the notion is damage out of the crossbow tree. And also skill speed, if I wanted to go that far. So, given that this is my experimental build, not the one that I play with my fiance with, we might do a little bit of specking over there. As long as I get here, and these 3 points, any experimentation is actually kind of on me. You know, I might just go with these down here. Well, that's flask charges, and I really don't give a rip. I don't really care about these too much. I mean, not really. I'm more likely to go with my character moving and shooting faster. I already got the skill points. And those those were worth it, because now I don't have to worry about the thing. The Kajigger. Okay. Bronze Frelling Keys. Great. Well, you're more of a ranger than anything else. Now, if I use this, can I come right back? If not, whatever. I'll just take the loss because I got my ascendancy. Salvage bench. Give me that. Let's see, those would be good if I wasn't playing Ranger. Disenchant. You. Okay, maybe not. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, you. And we're going to keep that. Because I'm kind of debating about whether or not I'm actually going to use it. Get rid of that. debating on whether to use that or not. I really kind of like what I have on, but I'm more likely to run into something better at some point. You don't care. Fudge, I wanted to keep that. Oh, well, whatever. Probably going to get better later anyway. Really not too horribly worried about. Aw, you sneaky dick waffles. I can't teleport back. That's bullshit. That is some utter bullshit. Thanks. I don't have keys anymore. Dick. Whatever. They were only bronze anyway, right? The fuck does it matter? But no. Oh, another thing. The electric school bus thing sounded good at first until you realize it doesn't work so well. Made me mad. Get that out of my face, please. This is one of the easiest maps to navigate on, basically. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna bounce around like a little moron. Yeah, good for you. Does someone want to come play with my bone wand? It's literally a bone wand, though. See, jokes like that are why a gamer would never, ever, never hold the governorship in Maine. Because they're very cringeworthy jokes. So. Gonna have to get up and boil an egg and grab some sliced pepper jack or something here in a minute. I just don't like the behavior of that arrow. Oh, excuse me. This whole well, actually, this these two are the more important one, but that the additional 8% isn't bad. But what character level am I anyway? Only 22, huh? Interesting. So you got 16 there, that bumps it up to 38, 39, 40, 41, 2, 3, 4, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. Okay. Hypothetically, attack speed per accuracy bonus. Okay. Projectile speed. No. Humor me for a minute. This node combined with those nodes, also the area attack damage, area of effect, I mean, bingo. Okay. This should allow me, assuming I spelt it correctly anyway. Well, there's not a lot of them. and they are kind of far apart. But okay, well, those are elemental ailments, correct? Oh, gotcha. Except that this does not say that. This just says ailments. Okay. And also, it's the same tree that has the piercing based on your distance from your target. Within 3 meters. Okay. That one reduces attack speed, but not projectile speed. That's an important distinction to make. So effectively moving down these trees over here and slightly this way. And bouncing off into the what would normally be the mercenary territory for additional damage, and a buttload of it, by the way. Well, it's not my mic, and it's not my other recording gear. I don't like how much of me that was cutting off, but okay. Whatevs. Now, I know there's probably going to be someone who says you're shooting yourself in the foot by not using a mark skill. And you're 100% correct. I am. Counterpoint, it's more passive skill points that I could be putting into raw damage. And speed. So, you know. Kind of wish I had something somewhere that would do a little something about my mana recovery flat out. But in order to do that, I'd have to come, yeah. I'd have to bounce off about, what is that, 5 points to, you know, just so I could get a mana leech, which wouldn't be terrible. But I'm starting to think that maybe my gear might be a better solution. Manifold method. Mana leech. Ooh, that also has an attack damage in it. Hang on. And an attack speed modifier. Okay. Alright, now mana usage is my class's biggest weakness. So much so that I've actually been considering putting on gear that I got specifically for a different character on this one. Nobody wants to play with me. Yeah, whatever. This boss doesn't really drop gear anyway, so... I don't have to worry about the honor system here, so just kill everything. So where's all this forking stuff that's supposed to be happening? I mean, really? Splits into two. The first time they hit an enemy and do not peer. Oh, hang on. Rot realm. I think I made a mistake. Yeah, because that's. Okay. Uh huh. Selecting this one with this one was a mistake. Yep. We're gonna go get those 2 points back because I could use those for other more useful things. Sitting here wondering why my new forking abilities aren't working, and well, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're gonna go raw damage then, and we're gonna skip the piercing stuff altogether. That could be interesting. Yeah, forking works better. Okay, time to fight Dick Waffle. I'm probably gonna die more than a few times. Actually, that was pretty easy. I'm kind of worried about what the rest of this playthrough is going to look like. Hmm. Actually, no, I'm not, because I'm going to dump a whole bunch of skill points into straight up damage and speed. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh, wanted a fire arrow, like just a generic arrow on fire. But that's okay. Alright, lightning arrow. And Stormcaller arrow. And we'll make sure the stash doesn't have any more level 7 stuff. It does not. Just the one level 8, which I can't even use yet. Whatever. We'll go talk to Asala. Currency. What do I have? Everything I have is of that rarity or better. I want to get a better quiver. Not that I think that one's terrible. It doesn't have the stuff that I want on it. And she's not really giving me any real choices here. So, actually, what I really need is a better bow. Which... yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, technically it offers a higher damage rating, but... still running into that issue, though. Composite bow. Well, I mean, crit's not terrible. It's just not really what I was going for at this moment. I mean, if I have enough skill points, I'm definitely going to drop a bunch into getting my critical hit chance up by quite a bit. But that's going to be a part of a different shenanigan. Put it to you this way, by level 50 is where I'm probably going to start looking at that. But do I have a good bow in my stash? Doubt it. I mean, it's potentially an option. And that is too. This is a part of a different project altogether that's actually for my mercenary. So that's a warrior thing. That's a mage thing. Yeah. That is definitely not going to work. I kept that because of the chaos resistance and the movement speed. In reality, I'm not really a big fan of a lot of the other perks that are on it. Only works with a crossbow. Wish it worked with the bow instead. And actually, this belongs next to this. Yep. So, yeah. Basically maxes out your fire resistance just by these two being equipped. Well, not maximum, but it's no small amount. It's considerable. But, again, it's not for the class that I'm using. It's for a warrior, which... maybe I'll do that stream tomorrow, depending on what today brings. I was hoping to hear back from my ex to hear whether my daughter wanted to come over or not. Okay, currency. Oh man, this is not ideal. It's not ideal because that's useless for me right now. And those would be great if I wasn't using these. Which we might be actually getting to the point where these might not be viable anymore. Well, I'm more keeping the headpiece on because the rarity of items found. The rest of this is just kind of retributive. And retribution gear sounds like fun, but it's not really designed for this character. It is again more heavily designed for warriors. Valley of the Titans, Keth, the Boneyard. Alright. I really wish it were easier to get these up to 5. Like, I understand why it's not, but... resistant to that, huh? Yeah. Let's just hurry up and get this part over with. I really don't want to spend too much time in Act 2. Have a present, have a present. Hate to say it, but I might have to start looking at accuracy ratings. Sucks to suck, but I'm gonna probably have to take a hit somewhere to get a better accuracy rating on something. Well, I mean, let's have that conversation too, I guess. Okay, attack speeds are important. Um, why would I give a rip about blocking? It sucks to suck, but I'm probably gonna have to dump some in here. Um, just because my projectiles are they're not like the mercenaries where I can just drop a grenade and, a frozen wall and call it a day. You know? Pin build up, flask stuff, quiver bonuses, charms, mark. You'd think I'd have this stuff memorized by now, right? Evasion rating, flask stuff. Huh. That might be worth looking into. Accuracy ratings. Yep. Now, see, it says the speed of the projectile. My question is, does attack speed play into that at all? But that's a question for a later time. Well, let's see. 8, 30, and 8, so 45. It might actually be worth dumping into those. I mean, it's just 3 points. Make that 5 points. I get evasion stuffs off of my gear. That's pretty good. But I mean, if I really needed evasion, I could. But there again, we're more looking into that stun buildup. Okay, so maybe that'd be useful, actually, now that I think on it. Stun buildup. This is, like, pretty damn good for... Okay, what purpose are these actually serving right now? Damage increasing and spreading the damage far and wide. So useful, then. Pretty much... You know, if that had accuracy instead of dexterity, that might actually be really good. Probably a little too good, actually. It's probably why they did that. But it would free up, you know, a lot of my these in dexterity. Actually, I might just leave the dexterity where it is. Indeed. Okay, it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh boy. Um. Yeah, I think that's a mistake. Look, here's my thing. Alright, I really didn't want to go too politically heavy on the national politics this time. Why I don't like the idea of Trump running for a third term. I like some of his policies. I like the fact that he's president. I like some of the stuff that he does. Third terms open up a lot of problems. Let me pitch a hypothetical to you. Okay? And if you're a Democrat, you'll love the way this sounds, right? But let's say we get a Democrat in office who does all this liberal agenda-y stuff, right? But then starts weeding a little too far off into communism. Like straight up the worst parts of communism. Then you have a problem because then he's had 3 terms to solidify a lot of really bad things. And by the way, this applies for the right side of things too. Not everything on the right is, well, right. And, you know, these are just generic terms that we use. They're not. Their meaning is literally the most arbitrary thing ever. What's right and left today could be polar opposite tomorrow. And if anything, the last 10 years have been the biggest, like, slap in the face of the left-right paradigm ever. So here's my issue with the whole ordeal. We're talking about Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. I voted for him. I love the idea that he's president. I would have liked it if we had him 2 times in a row, but at the same token, I'm also of the mind that in a way we kind of needed Joe Biden to show us how good things are under Trump. Okay? But I don't think getting carried away into the weeds of third term presidency is the way to go. And I think this is basically political suicide because most people in the United States are not going to support 3-term presidencies. In my opinion, most of them are not. And I'm interested in this one because it's a really, really, really massive damage increasing area. And also that accuracy rating. Area of effect is useful too, but not as much. Although I could actually spec into a higher area of effect on lightning skills. And most of the other skills too, actually. Anyway, back to my point. I don't believe trying to push a third President Trump term is the best idea. Huh. I think that's something. Kind of feel like this should be closer to that. Like, over here. In fact, actually, you could probably swap the place of these two. With little effect, really. But, okay, that's actually pretty good. I mean, if you're focusing on charms, this is actually really good stuff. But you're going to want something to extend the duration of charms, sure. But anyway, yeah, I don't think that's a good thing to do, actually. Probably not going to be a popular opinion amongst other conservatives, but it's my opinion. 10%, 5%, 15%, 30% chance. I don't like operating on chance. Like, I feel like these two, this should be like an accuracy bonus or something, and this should just say pierces. Or forks. Spending 2 points on that just kind of seems garbage, but it is a good thing to have. And we got that. Herald skills. Well, in reality, these have no use for me at all. That really doesn't either. This does. Oh, yeah. That's basically straight damage, and that increases my lightning stuff by quite a considerable margin. This would be good for attack speed. This just rebalances your skill trees. And this is more reservation stuff for the Herald skills. So, what do I want to do? Do I want to build into the Herald skills? Or straight damage? Which could also depending on pathing, could actually play into the Herald skills, actually. Well, then we have a big pathing question. How many skill points am I going to have to path into the tree? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ow! I mean, there's an additional 20% critical hit chance. Well, we got this, and then it bounces over here, and then into here. And into here, here. The problem is this is less direct than going down here. It would almost be worth it just to come over here. Grab some of that evasion rating, and then bounce over here. Maybe. I don't know. Well, I've already proven on my mercenary that you can build down both trees. Like, 100%. And really have points left over. So... okay. Frigate. I haven't gotten far enough in this map to really matter. Let's go talk to the hidden one for a minute. I don't have a whole lot of money. In fact, I hardly have any. Yeah, that's nice. Refund passives. Yeah, I don't really have enough to do anything. So. Well, let's strip this back down to here. Let's go make some money real quick. I do have the means to do that. Stash. Let's see here. You're extra and imagine that. 2 rings that could really solve my build problems right now. Get rid of those 2. Organize this out a little bit better. Get rid of the extras that I don't want. Not that they're useless, I just don't friggin' want them anymore. Okay, and purple. And you're a different type of charm. And so are you, actually. Okay, so these are extras. Cool. We can get rid of those. No. I'm not going to do anything with that. Can't do anything with those, character-wise. Looks pretty good on its face, but there's things to it that are missing. Page number 2. Yeah, I'm just going to sell that. That's part of a project. That's an anti-ignition charm. That's just a good way to die. Not getting rid of any of those. That. You know what? Yeah. Let's thin that population down, huh? We're not getting rid of that. Okay. What's in the buyback thing? Just the shit that I just got rid of. Okay. So, now. Let's have this conversation, shall we? Dex, int, strength, dex, int. Okay. So now we have access to this tree, right? 1, 2, 3 points that way. I feel as though going this way would be the better bet. Let's take that one out, and we'll put the 3 points in there. And that actually ridiculously increases my damage, way more than this ever did. Straight up. And we're going to go down a tier, and then we're going to bounce up to grab these. And then we're going to bounce down and then up and grab these. And then we can build straight down, dump 2 points to getting this. Bounce down and grab this. Keep bouncing down, and we can actually spec into this a little bit more because because it actually offers a better piercing modifier. And we're going to skip over the forking and the chaining and just go piercing. And then we can bounce over here a couple points and grab that. And that's all that we're going to grab over here, actually, because I'm not going to be using minions, and not a fire damage or a rage build. Not supposed to be, anyway. And any specking this direction is going to be specifically to grab that. Right there. And the rest of this is all just damage bonus. Wait, what? Interesting. Now that might actually be worth it for a lightning build. Like if I decide to go straight lightning. Time manipulation, debuffs. Yeah. Effectively, it's going to be the same, quote-unquote, the same build as the mercenary, quote-unquote. But there's going to be some subtle differences. And yeah. straight up better damage. Can't argue with that ring. For sure. That requires level 23. I am level 22, but I will be 23 soon enough. Okay. Good. Throwing on a better life flask, especially that life flask, would be pretty good, actually. I never get anything here. Oh, well, maybe I did this time. Okay, let's see. Freezing salvo, huh? Every time that furnace kicks off. Yeah, well, you don't stop me from doing it from above, so, you know, die. Hey, you know what? I'm looking at you guys like you're an experienced farm, so... Alright, recurves. What are the differences between recurves and the wart? Oh, better damage. Like flat, right? Like outright better damage. Okay. Well, that's something to consider, I guess. Here, have one of those. Yeah, you're in the way too. What I actually want is for the Stormcaller arrow. Yeah, I want that effect to happen faster. the bone pits. Bingo. Making some pretty quick progress, actually, now that I changed some of that stuff around. Why is that piercing? That should not be piercing. You. Right there. That's what's getting on my nerves, is that node right there. You know what? It's interfering with my playstyle. Yes, I'm going to lose a little bit of damage from it. So be it. Okay. Get rid of those two. Just temporarily. I will get rid of 15% damage to get rid of piercing because it is screwing up my friggin' Stormcaller arrows bad. So piercing is not your friend. Forking is. In fact, how much do you want to bet that that's why this didn't work out well at all? But, I mean, if we are talking about a piercing build, which is not a terrible idea, it is an option to consider. It's not an option that I want to consider. So then, yes, I can spec back into the fork. And my reasoning for liking the fork better is because of the arrows that I'm choosing to use. Now, if I had a better bow equipped... Maximum life, huh? Not terrible. By no stretch of the imagination is that terrible. But it's not great either. It's the start of a potentially good item, we'll put it that way. Gee, and just like that, my stuff is hitting like it's supposed to again. Imagine that. Mine hit harder. They just do. Ooh. Yeah, all I have to do is accelerate my mana regen after I get, all my damage stuff done. Like movement speed, attack speed, and damage speed in my Herald skills, and then we can start talking about mana regen, which I'm pretty sure. That was a little aberrant behavior there. Excuse me. You know, call me crazy. Which, I don't have a problem being called crazy. And every other name in the book. Just don't call me late for dinner. And the best part about me is I do platform myself as a conservative, but in reality, if I don't care who wants to back me, Democrat, Republican, even if I have to go independent, I wouldn't really care. As long as I can fix the state and fix the issues that exist, it doesn't matter. Like, here's the thing. In Bush, Alaska, we had a mentality of we don't care where the help comes from as long as whatever's broken gets fixed, right? Like, that, it was important to your survival, basically, to not care who helped you with what thing, okay? You didn't get hung up on whatever criminal past they were. There were certain exceptions, obviously, but, like, they were limited and far between. If you had a guy who knew how to fix a car, for example, and he maybe had a bad history of, like, drugs or whatever, you generally didn't care as long as your car got fixed. I am pretty much operating on the same functionality at this point. I don't really give a rip who has what to say about anything. And in that regard, you could say, oh, you're just like Susan Collins. To a lesser degree, but yes. Okay. I am going to go personally review proposals if I did get a job like what I am proposing I do. Um, or that I'm thinking about trying to do anyway. Um, I rag on Democrats a lot. Like, a lot, a lot. And they do so many things that make it so easy. But, at the end of the day, Maine is my home. Okay? I don't want to leave my home. And some of the policies that are being put forward in my state by our current governor are a problem. They are a problem. She wants to increase taxes. She said she'd sign any tax increase that the Democrats put across her desk. She'd sign it. Those were her words. Not mine. Those were hers. Issuing effectively single party rule in my state. Which wouldn't be a problem if these proposals were actually any good. But they're not. And that is more the problem. Is that these proposals are garbage. They're terrible. They are. No, they are. Literally, we're talking about stuff that's already written into federal law, and she wants to turn it into an additional state law at taxpayer expense. I'm not even kidding. Okay. Well, that helps, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to see physical damage, and a lot of it, and I want to see a level up increase. You can get rid of that too. And at this point, I'm not even sure it's worth dumping the resources into upgrading that recurve anymore. Now, we beat the boss. We got our level up. Let's go check the vendors. So. And sure, I make fun of my governor. I call her Janet Pills. And all this other stuff, which is highly disrespectful, and I do it for a reason. There is nothing that she has done that is worthy of my respect. And I know that sounds kind of dumb coming from someone who himself hasn't really done much. But humor me for a moment. In a way, my lack of doing anything kind of is a good thing. Isn't it? I mean, think about it. I have done nothing bad either. At least not yet. Right? So, yes, I mean, voters are very risk averse and can be very risk averse, and I don't really think I'd really stand a chance just because they probably wouldn't want to take the risk of someone that they're not familiar with running. Oh, man. You know what? Being sick can eat a big bag of dicks. Okay, that's like really good damage output for a recurve. And it's an option. Indeed it is. Well, the flat damage increase alone is definitely worth it. Well, let's go dismantle the other one then. It's kind of that simple, really. I mean, assuming I push the right buttons, it's just, yeah. Okay. We got 3 bonuses on that. We got 2 slots. We've got a much higher damage rating. Do I have anything in my stash that I can actually just get rid of? Project. I'm gonna regret getting rid of that. But, actually, now that you mention it, I'm keeping that. You know what? Ooh. Um. Hmm. That's kind of a no shit, Sherlock, because that minimum damage is this one's maximum, so. Really wish you could take these out. But I don't think you can. No, you cannot. It does not work that way. Well, thought I'd try it anyway. Zarka. No, not Zarka. Salvage bench. Go back to the stash. Stashu. Let's see what that Bloodstone amulet gives me. Critical damage bonus. Not bad. Energy shields. Evasion rating. Intelligence. Okay. You know what? I'll fight with you later. Where's that page? Wait, what level was that? No, 52. Nope. Okay, I got the horn, didn't I? Hang on. I think I missed something. Sure the hell did. I almost forgot to grab the quest item. Yay! Okay, let's see. Freezing salvo. Drop some more cold damage into it, I guess. Oh, why did that not take? Did I push the wrong button again? Ooh. Actually, truthfully, oh, you bastard. Wait, why can't I put that in there? Oh. Oh. Okay. I have the answer for that. Give me a second. Think. Damn it, think. Okay, I need to go talk to Dick Nuts over here. I don't know if I have enough to do it, but we're gonna try to do it. I need... Bingo! Actually, yeah, right there. I had a dog, and his name is Bingo! Alright. Also, given that we can overwrite runes now, I'm gonna grab a couple lightning damage runes. Just for now, until I can get that bow leveled up the rest of the way that I want it leveled up correctly. I don't need to go back to the bone pits. I need to go to Keth. Before I do, nothing of value there. Double check her.
Take your time.
She loaded a crossbow in where I bought that. That's annoying. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Alright, I don't see any real gear that I'm going to use. Oh, Titans, blah, blah, blah. Keth. I suppose YouTube would ding me for watching Stargate while I'm playing this if my mic picked it up, huh? Might try a clip-on mic and reduce the sensitivity. Let's see if maybe that'll solve that little problem. Oh my. Well, I'm always looking to see if I can get a better bow, that's for sure. Oh yeah, this is where What's-Her-Face is, so I can get the extra skill point. Set. I gotta find her, actually. Yeah, I gotta go kill Snake Tits. Guess what? I don't have to use just lightning arrows. This build lets me use whatever arrows I want. That's the point. Yeah, just about the time my character outgrows this armor, I'm gonna throw it onto my warrior class, and then we're gonna go back to playing, you know. Oh, look at that. I found the entrance to the Lost City. I actually need this, but we're going to grab the waypoint. We're going to backtrack. Those 2 extra passive skill points are something that I don't want to turn up at all. So. And that just means I can fast travel to it. Okay, couple things. Number 1, skill point. Do that first. Okay. I feel like intelligence is kind of being a little bit of a barrier for gem usage at this point. It won't be for long. Hmm. And there she is. Okay. Skill point. Yeah, excuse. Yes, I sure am. Hmm. Hmm. Well, let's think for just a moment here. Yeah, I could get along with that, I guess, pretty well. There's more stuff to do here, but really, just not even worth it. Oh, the empty crypt. Yeah, that's great. More beneficial for experience for me to be in here anyway right now. Just got more enemies grouped together, that's all. And there are more enemy frequency in here too. Thank you. How does it feel to know that you failed at your one job, which was to hit me with something? Anything. Hmm. Yeah, that's actually a fact. I am out of pack space, aren't I? You know what? I'm gonna go back to town for just a minute. Excuse me. That's decent. Hmm. I also need to remember that there are other bows coming down the line too. I still have to do my cruel playthrough. I've still got Act 3. There's the end game to consider. So just kind of stick with whatever gives you the most power for now and worry about crafting better gear later, I guess. What do you need that for?
I'm trying to find cinnamon, and I can't reach this type of.
Well, number one, it's not up that high. Number two, ask next time. I don't want you on that ladder.
I think it's in the corner. Thank you. Please keep it down here when I use.
Don't touch that ladder anymore.
I also want you to start those.
Well, I will start those when I'm ready to start them. I'm
Well, I
streaming.
mean, help me to do it now.
Oh my god, I'm in the middle of doing something right now and you're interrupting, so stop. There you go. It's like people like to interrupt my streaming on purpose. It drives me nuts. That's why I need my own office. Bad enough my own body does it when I have to go to the bathroom. You know, people can't wait and be patient. They want what they want at that friggin' moment, and they can't accept the fact that you have other things that you're doing. It kind of gets really on. It gets on my nerves. Like, if you wanted this stuff done, you could have asked this morning when you knew I wasn't on here. Actually, I'm not even supposed to be streaming today. I was supposed to be picking up my daughter, but, you know. But my ex has not gotten back to me on, whether we're doing that today or not. I mean, it's okay if we're not. I actually have a lot of stuff I need to get done beyond streaming today. I have like 3 videos I have to upload. I have to record 6 more. I gotta figure out what we're doing for dinner. I gotta slap my shoes on and go clear out a little bit of snow in front of the garage, which there isn't much there, but
And you need to do it to the oil tank too, so that we can go check that.
that I'm not so worried about because I can check it from the back door. And just so you guys know, this is my breakfast. um, any profits that are made on YouTube, which I don't make any right now, but if I did, they are largely to pay child support and other bills. For now. Bring it here. I'll be right back. Apparently, everyone insists on disrupting my streaming, so I will be right back. I definitely need my own office. This is getting a little bit fucking much. Pardon my French. Because no one here has any respect for anything that I do on here as far as doing this. The only way that I will get it is by making a space where I can be uninterrupted by just to do my own fucking thing that I need to do. Obviously. I should have fucking known better. I should have set this up in the back bedroom. Actually. Yep. Because between the dog and the fact that no one respects the fact that I'm streaming, like, at all, it's the only way to force that respect is to put a wall and a door between me and everything else. Yep. See, the problem with that is that this is also where I sit in the living room. It's kind of my living area. It's where I eat my dinner. It's where I do my streaming. It's where I do my gaming. Heck, if I had a way to crap and piss here, I'd probably do that too. And the only reason I can't sleep in this chair is because it's so ungodly uncomfortable. You might as well have a friggin' metal stake driving into your back. But it was the only chair that I could find for free that I could build into what it is. And it's getting to the point now where I'm going to have to find a replacement for it, which is fine. It's only 4 bolts and like 20 pounds of weight in total. That's with all the gear and everything that's attached to it. I just have to detach everything, find a new chair, and install it on the new chair. Which isn't a problem. It's just more of a minor nuisance, really. In fact, actually, there's some things I would have done a lot different, like vastly different than what I did. Number one, if I had a planer, not a planer, but a router, for woodworking, I would have carved an indent on the piece of lumber that I would have extended out further than what I did. Number one. In order to do that, I need a bigger chunk of like 2x10, basically. That way I would have had a little dip to, not much of a dip, just like not even a millimeter, just enough to keep the mouse from falling on the floor in general. That's one change. Another change is I went with, 2 pieces of 2x6 stacked on top of each other because I was thinking, for structural stability. I probably could have gotten away with just doing one. And just like put a piece of 2x4 underneath to raise the arm up to where my arms are to make it a little bit more comfortable for me personally. That would have cut down on weight and would have probably lessened the wear and tear on the chair itself, which would have been a good idea. The weight distribution on the gear is about even, actually, when you really think about left to right. Now front to back is a different story. I would probably get a smaller, and I know this is going to sound really dumb to say, but a smaller TV or monitor to go where this one is. I just want a monitor that has sound outputs and like 3 HDMI inputs, and that's it. Like, I don't need a smart TV. Although this is a smart TV. I got it at a bargain at Walmart because it was one of the clearance items. It was missing one of the feet basically out of the package, so I got it for like $20 cheaper than these $80 that it was listed for. And given that this setup doesn't use the feet, in general, it just didn't matter. It's a couple of almost crab-like swing arms that attach to the back of the computer, and I modified the monitor, and I modified a mount that's actually designed to hold the laptop, to hold it up. So everything I have for working on this stuff is all like literally. See if I can articulate the camera correctly. It's like literally all together. So it's basically the chair itself kind of looks like how a lobster would have, its claws out to the front. Or like a really, really strong shrimp. Um, so someday I will get a camera, my camcorder, and I will record and upload some footage of like how the setup is set up. There are some other smaller regrets that I could fix right now. Um, the location of the Xbox One, for example, I don't like where it's located. I would probably choose to shift that to a different location. The Nintendo Switch is in a fake toolbox. Well, a small toolbox that I got from Dollar Tree. I would relocate that a little bit too because it's not very. It's just not in a good location. We'll put it that way. Um, those are just some of the more obvious changes I'd make. I'd probably make a decent wooden box holder for the Xbox itself. Something that I can actually bolt to the side of the chair. Instead of having it over by my shoulder. That way it's not like collecting dust and dandruff where it's at. Um, you know, just some small improvements to the setup. Actually, I wish they made. Actually, I don't need that Xbox over here at all, really. I maintain an Xbox Game Pass. Me and my fiance, we maintain two of them, one for me and one for her. And it's the big one that covers PC too. So we don't like all of our most a very large majority of the almost 200 and something game library that we maintain is accessible PC wise for us. So the only thing that we really need is the Nintendo Switch because that's proprietary, really. Like, there are titles on that I can't play on my PC, like the Pokemon games, for example. Because, Nintendo likes to have a bird about streamers using emulators, even if you have the hardware. Like, I have a physical copy of the game. Why can't I use an emulator and a game cart reader, a third-party game cart reader for the PC? Like, what's wrong with that? Well, apparently Nintendo has an issue with it, so. Heaven forbid a PC can play their games better than their own hardware. If you don't like it, improve the hardware. Which they are actively doing, actually. We got the Nintendo Switch 2 coming out, but they should have actually invested in doing some of this stuff in the first place, to be honest. Like, if it was really that egregious that people use emulators, they should have been on top of it day one. And that is purely Nintendo's fault. Now, that being said, the hardware for the Nintendo, especially the OLED Switch, really wasn't that bad. I mean, I have played on way worse handheld things. Way worse. You ever play a Pokemon game? You ever try to... Actually, a better example. Try playing Mega Man Zero 1 on a touch screen. you will hate every fiber of your being just for trying it. And your hands will most likely develop some form of arthritis or carpal tunnel. And the reason I'm not on the treadmill today is because I actually reconstructed part of the living room yesterday. And it actually, I messed up my shoulder pretty good doing it. We got a new TV mount for the big TV in the living room. So that way I'm no longer using a cribbage board to hold the TV in place. Yeah, that was highly questionable. Very, very dubious about how that worked. I mean, it managed to work okay for a while, for the longest time. It's just it wasn't the most stable thing on the planet. And if Maine got a freak earthquake of some kind, which by the way we do get earth tremors here in Maine, it's not very common, but we do. It probably would have destroyed the TV. Actually, that's why I wanted to get the bolt-in mounts because I don't have to worry about it falling and destroying the thing that the rest of the family uses to watch TV on. Something that actually here in the next hour we'll probably be doing because I'm going to take a lunch break, and when I come back on to stream, I don't know if I'll be playing Path of Exile 2. I'll probably be on Pal World, or I might do something else actually. I might do a Mega Man Zero stream, just like straight up playing Mega Man 0, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Well, the collection anyway. There you go. I'm going to be playing the collection most likely, and that'll be this stream later. Look, I love playing Path of Exile, don't get me wrong, but I'm also probably going to have my mic muted and my camera off. It's going to be just a general Let's Play. I don't really have a lot to talk about today, and I don't know if you've noticed, but my voice kind of sounds a little messed up because I'm still getting over a long recovery process with a very annoying cold. Just another part of the process of living, right? You get sick and you get better. Eventually. Although I feel like my body would probably recover from these things a lot faster if we weren't chucking friggin' breaded meat products down our throat every day. And other things that are loaded with, chemical garbage. I mean, that's just kind of my thought on the matter. About getting to the point where I'm about ready to start growing my own damn food at home, actually. Just like raised garden beds right on the porch. And when I build the house, like the house that I want to build, probably going to have an indoor greenhouse area. Something low maintenance that can produce food. Maybe put the chicken pen right out behind it. You know what? I think I'm going to go for another level up before we get out of here. Broadhead quiver. Oh, I can't pick it up. Why not? Too much garbage. Oh, which one is less garbage? That seems like less garbage. And those are some pretty old gloves. What can we do about... Ooh. I'll grab a new rune, sure. Got so busy doing my other thing, I forgot to look at my other stuff. So, let's go see what we can do about them gloves, shall we? We'll see if, excuse me, who's my what's it's has any that are worth buying first. Not really. Okay, maybe one. Hmm. I won't be using that. Nah. Wait a second. Quivers do improve projectile speed, or can. Fascinating. Okay, now we gotta go into the stash real quick. Drop some currency stuff out of the inventory. Now, we're gonna see which ones present with a better bonus. I kind of feel like adding dexterity at this point is just kind of dumb. Here. Have a fucking cookie. Just gonna get rid of some of the experimental garbage out of that. Yeah, tab 2 is more or less my experimental garbage area. This is just junk that I found along the way that actually needs to go to different places, namely the relic chest, really. I wish you could drop these in there too. It'd just free up a little bit of space here. That's all. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Your junk. Okay, now that we got a regal orb. That wasn't the right item. That was not the right item at all. Not even a little bit was that the right one. You know what? That's okay though. I actually have a monk that needs the help. So, yes, I'm coping. Leave me alone. Lightning rod upgrade. Let's see what else. Freezing salvo upgrade. My non-electric damage needs the upgrade too. I mean, it does. I'm not lying about that. Let's see. If I can get one more or two more slots open on freezing salvo, I can actually put something in there that'll really clap. Just keep messing up my items at every turn and having to rebuild my build because I didn't know what I was doing at first. And I'm probably going to have to change it again later on, but for right now. That moment where you just kind of want to sit on a pillow and meditate for a hot minute or two. And what I'm looking for is definitely down this way somewhere. Oh, I'm sure. Yep. Yep, there it is. Man, there's just an acre of you in there. From the top. Mm-hmm. Room clear. Yeah. Was still not the room I wanted it to be, though. Ain't that odd? You get a present. You get a couple of them, actually. Oh, you're not lighting me up, dude. You know what? No, we're gonna do the one that takes the most to get there first. Because it's also the most beneficial. It's if we're talking about straight up bow damage, it's probably more beneficial than most of the things over here. Because it's a flat damage increase. There is, yeah, you reduce a little attack speed, but guess what? You bounce up here, grab those 3 nodes along with the rest of this attack damage, and that becomes inconsequential entirely. And then the rest of the levels are just bouncing down here. You can skip this entirely, but you can spend some points in here if you want some more attack speed. And you just bounce over here to the Herald skills. And what, you want some more area damage? There you go. Right there. And then you're done with just about everything that you'd really want or need in the mercenary tree. Then you bounce back over to your archer and you go back and get the stuff that you need in here. And by the time you're done, you'll probably have all of the spirit. The only reason this character has rage on it is because of the armor that I'm wearing. That is a bug bite. And I shouldn't be itching it, but damn, it's itchy. Whew. Yeah, medically speaking, you're not supposed to itch those. But occasionally it does feel good. Is this the dead end bridge? I hope not. Nope, it is not. Get that map out of the way, because there's a room over here that I'm kind of looking for. Bingo. Here it is. Elemental Offering. That's one of the things I was looking for. Sure. Can we just take a second here and look at this? I wish. Mostly for that. Yeah. Actually, in theory, you could. Theoretically. But then the question becomes, what spell would you use? You know? Like, not even kidding, what spell would you use with that? Well, something that does more electrical damage, actually. And I do actually have a spell in mind. Orb of Shocks, or Orb of Storms, or whatever it's called, is an option. But you need a level 8 uncut spirit gem to get it. And you need quite a bit of intelligence too, which I'm kind of working on a little bit, but that's more for gems. Excuse me. Actually, let's take a look at something here. Character screen. Yeah. So the strength rating that my character has is fine. We can afford to dump a few points into intelligence, which I could actually probably run back to town and go do that right now. Problem is I don't actually have the correct gem to do that. So therefore, just gonna do this. What I would be looking for if I did use on shock would be something to continue on shocking things. Some kind of lightning spell, basically. Which, I mean, if I did go back to town, I could eyeball that and kind of build out, some ideas. And I could also identify that ring and the crossbow and start ditching some of the crap. You know what? Let's go do that real quick. Just kind of makes sense at this point to run off and do it. Talk to the hooded one, refund passives, let's see. Well, about to get a lot of dexterity and strength, so drop that to intelligence, and we can probably drop this to intelligence too. Pretty safely. And one more, what the hell. I have any more reds I can shift off? Safely? No, I don't. But that's okay. Did this hurt any of my gear equipment stuff? No. Did it hurt any of my these? Also no. So yeah, I can definitely spec into, easily spec into using my Herald skill for shock and possibly get cast on shock, rocking, and rolling. Yeah, identify, I guess. Disenchant. Actually, that's not a bad offering. You know what? Fine. Whoa, where did my yellow ones go? I'm out of yellow ones. Well, let's fix that. Real quick. And you're going into the experimental tab. And currency. AKA stuff that I don't need in my character right now, so we can ditch that. And those are quest items. I'll handle that little bit of curiosity later. Huh. Well. You know what? I do kind of need to look for something for my arm pieces, so. We'll see what happens with those, I guess. And the Heart of Keth. Oh, this bonehead. Yep. Of course he dodged it. Ooh. That could be really good. Yeah, don't mind if I do indeed, depending on what it is. This is getting annoying. Not even going to give her the time of day, just need to light her up. Look, so that sounded like really callous, but I've probably lit her on fire about 6 different times already, and it really just doesn't hit the same way that it did the first time. Now, what do you do? It adjusts your bleeding damage to fire damage. It also subtracts cold resistance. Can I just say I'm not a big fan of the minusing of the cold resistance? And what could have been a potentially good item ended up being kind of junk. Oh. Yeah, tell a tale somewhere else, lady. Actually, no. We'll put you in with the rest of these. Which is weird, because it's almost like there's a theme here. Yep. Yeah, I'm single-handing it. This hand's getting a little sore. Probably gonna have to get off here before long. Before too much longer, anyway. Get rid of that. You do you, lady. You do you. Alright, that just leaves the Valley of Titans and the Dreadnought, basically. Yeah, killing this thing is always a chore. Oh, and I have to get the thing for my charms, too. It's really just these guys that make this area suck so bad. Have a friggin' shock. Ooh. Well, well, well. Well, if it does certain things. Oh. You know what? Sure. We'll do the checkpoint hop. Just makes it go a little faster. I'm really sick of those things. There's another checkpoint. Dude, get out of my way, stupid. You're gonna get fragged anyway. Not a single one of you chuckle nuts really matter. can get rid of these two things. Gonna go with the charm charges. It's just something I don't have to manually do myself. And besides, mana management is equipment, like gear equipment stuff, so... Actually, kind of more just excited to have that out of my inventory in general. I hate carrying quest items in my main inventory. I kind of wish we had a separate quest item inventory. Like, I understand that ruins the spirit of the game, or whatever the hell they want to use as an excuse for poor gameplay features, but hey. You know. No, you are the problem. Right there, you. To be honest, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I got. And the rest of that stuff is garbage. Here you go. Have some presents from me to you. Free of charge. That's why we call them presents. Oh, man. All I need you to do is give me like 3 levels on my skills, and this whole chapter is over. I mean, that and 2 physical damage runes would be pretty awesome. Whatever. I'm not playing games with that thing right now. Just trying to get this done and over with. I hate this place. And it is because of the desiccated liches. If it wasn't for those things spawning tornadoes every 2 seconds, I wouldn't care. Yeah, it's just not a pleasant place to be. Like, gameplay wise, it's... If I had to forcibly accept a bad part of a game, it'd be the Valley of Titans. Like, it's not even the cavern underneath that you go through next, it's just this. And it is 100% because of those things. It's just that they're everywhere, and they don't really have a limit on how many of them spawn per area, so you could get like 4 or 5 of them in an area, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they all spawn those massive damage over time tornadoes. And when I say massive damage over time, I have gameplay footage of a character, my mercenary, dying horribly to those things unnecessarily because there were like 4 of them surrounding him, and they all 4 drop a tornado simultaneously. So yes, that is a gameplay behavior that does lessen the experience. Sucks to suck, but that's the way it is, you know. And I don't think they have any intention on nerfing the spawn rates of those desiccated liches because it's just the one area. I actually kind of wish this game could be on the Nintendo Switch. Oh, it'd be fun as hell. Well, see if how do I put this? If Straight Talk could just pull the stick out of their butt for a minute and allow unlimited data tethering or mobile hotspot on their phones when you buy the big plan each month, the $60 one. Like I probably, to be honest, I probably wouldn't be living where I'm living, and also, well, for $60 a month, it would basically make it so you could maintain a cell phone, 2 cell phones for the price of one Starlink, and have one cell phone specifically for internet usage as a modular modem router. Like, literally, you could. And I would, and that would be one hell of an amazing service to offer. Alright, what's my intelligence at right now? Alright, I'm going to cool it on the intelligence and go back to dexterity then. And strength. I'd actually kind of like to balance them all out if I could, and I might end up dumping some points in the skill tree that does that. My reasoning's not very straightforward on that, though. Oh, well, there's a thing I'm trying to do. It's not even so much a build as it is just a thing I want to do. That could be classified as a build, technically. Basically, I'm just trying to get the cast on shock meta gem on this character. That's it. Actually, cast on plague wouldn't be too bad either. I have none of the necessary stuff to check that out. Kind of wish you could have like a little checkouts menu where you could pull up, skill gems, spirit gems, all the gems, and other theoretical things. Nope, they don't have it. Nothing on the event screen, so whatever. You know what? Finding myself using certain skills less and less, and I'm sitting here like, why do I even use them? Oh, no, you're wrong. I'm keeping freezing salvo on. You just never know when you're going to have to do this. It's a really, really good area clear that's not of the element that your class is primary on. And hot take, you should have an alternate element that's not your class's primary element. An ability that does significant damage. Or your main attack should do 2 or 3 different elements simultaneously. Or have a trigger effect that can trigger off other elements to do the same thing. For example, casting Contagion. Yeah. That's my own personal hot take as far as this game goes. It just makes it so there is not really a resistance that can stand against you, really. And even if there was, there are passive skills that you, and other things that you can check into that'll make it so that doesn't matter. But excuse me. Some of your other elemental types, for example, if I could make my lightning bolts burn things, cause them to ignite, as well as shock. Um, you're talking about 2 different status effects that have 2 different things that happen. Here we go. The fight I hate. Actually, no, this isn't the fight I hate. This is just the one I dislike. Oh, come on. That's not even fair, dude. This is why skill speed is important. Nope, nope. You do that. No. That was just bad luck. Actually, that was me getting too damn close. If I just hang back on this guy with this character, I'll be fine. Make him mad, make him stab the center. Wait for a hot second. That didn't even hit him at all. What the hell? Okay. That is the second time you've missed. That's just annoying. It's not that really that hard to kill him. Sweet. I actually needed that. Like, a lot. Okay, skills. I'm gonna go lightning arrow. I don't need you to chain. I'll take the damage penalty on it. For sure. What, for a triple shot? Hell yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the hit. Oh, yay. That's delicious. care. Oh, do care. Mm. That's ending up to be just like a massive disappointment at this point. I do need better gloves. What do you got? Nothing worth it. Can get rid of that. And I'm just going to sell that. Race, before I do that, we'll just check, because I have leveled up a bit since I last talked to her. Nope, 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 nope. Gambling it is. Good old gambling man, Peter. Let's see. Well, oh yeah, that was totally worth it, let me tell you that. You ever have a feeling that the game that you're playing kind of has it out for you a little bit? Oh yeah. All the damn time. Like, I know it doesn't, but... And actually, that's not a terrible roll. It's just not really what I need. Actually, what I need to do is drop a few more resources into that. Okay, now this will be fun. Oh, Deshar, that's right. I get 2 more free points from being here. I just have to go talk to what's her face? Yep. Shambrin? Uh-huh. This area is gonna suck. I'm not set up for it. But I need to find that letter. nook and cranny has to be searched for this thing until I find it. Then once I find it, you know what? Starting to think I have this build backwards. A little bit. Yeah. Just a little bit. Okay, does scattershot not work with this one? Wrong friggin' arrow, stupid. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way it should have been in the first place, but I was too dumb to put it together in my head. Alright. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it functions similarly. Like it's like an electric version of the grenade. Basically, it attaches, it goes boom. And I was just too brain dead to think it through. Well, that's because I'm so used to playing as my mercenary, but it's also because I had the same, you know, it's one of the similarities between this class and the mercenary, so I just had to. Well, yeah, we're talking about an area of effect ability, and I should have thought about that for a minute. There are damage bonuses that you can get that make that 20% damage penalty disappear. And even the 50% that is a part of the other thing. That also plays into the use of a single shot poison skill by increasing the size of the excuse me, for lack of a better term, fart cloud. This is an example. Okay, 15% area of effect. Yep. I wouldn't go all the way over here for it, but this is another example. I mean, if you had the, what, 10 points to do it, you could. And in theory, this class might. But my first priority is going to be damage right now. Because of where we are and the boss that's coming up, I don't want to spend any more time dealing with him than I have to. So all cheap tricks are on the table. Ooh. Do I have a thingy? Projectile speed does not have projectile skills, though. I'll have to think about it. I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about it because I kind of have a priority right now. Finding those 2 skill points. That's a Kath Raymond. It could have what I need on it. I doubt it. No, probably was wishing for a little bit too much there. That's okay. What? mm. Hmm. Okay, that's weird. to search the area first. Search and clear. It's just a good idea. Because I don't know how well this is going to end up being as far as a fight is concerned. Yeah, see, point in fact, these little guys, annoying. These big things, just as annoying, but in a different way. But yes, I have every intention of getting that thing done there. Yeah, really shouldn't get in my way. That is a really bad idea on a long list of bad ideas. Probably at the top. Gotta do something about that speed, though. whatever. Now, we got 4 points to get to here, which is another thing that I need to get. And we're not going to dump a lot of points in here either. We're just dumping 3. Okay. I want that projectile speed. But for right now, we have the core places that I wanted to be. And here's why. 30% area of effect for attacks increased. And I have all the speed and damage I could ever want or need for my bow right here. And if I wanted to dump 3 more points in, I got that, that, and that as options if I choose. So really, not much bad about this whole arrangement as far as that is concerned. If I could, let's see, what do we got? Well, I mean, we are talking about just putting poison damage to things, so, you know. If I could get away with it, though, I'd have all 3. All 3. Just write down the list. Oh, excuse me. And there's only 2 meta gems that I really want to have on this character, but I don't think I'm going to do it. It's just... It's more of a nuisance than it's worth. And largely, I can't do it yet anyway, because I need to have that on, which is level 55. And it's not really designed for this with this character in mind. So... Excuse me. What I actually need is a better necklace that does the job with an item rarity find, which oddly enough I do have, but I can't use it yet. Well, I mean, subbing in something that would actually keep me getting better items would not be bad. Not particularly terrible, anyway. Rings. I mean, that's an option, but not at this level. Yeah. To be blunt, I really don't like that one. But if you want to talk about doing something fun, well, lighting things on fire can be fun in this game. That's not terrible. What I really need is a new quiver. A +4 to all my skills would be great. Also not very feasible. Ooh. I forgot the dual strings were a thing. I feel like I can save it. Probably can't. But you never know, right? Quivers anywhere? No? Maybe? Yeah? No? Nope. Okay, well, let's go see what we can modify here. It's the extra arrow. Before we modify it that way, let's bounce over here. Grab that. Nope, 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 nope. That. And one more. That. Disenchant you. You. Debate on that one. And you. Okay. That too. And drop. Grab. Oh. I mean, it's shaping up to be decent. And you are talking about effectively doubling the damage. Because of the second arrow usage. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll drop it in here for experimental purposes. And you? I don't like you. Not that it's bad, it's just that I have better at a lower levels. I mean, technically that is the definition of bad, right? I think I'm gonna leave the belt that I have on for now until I can get a better one. So. Okay. And sell that. And stash the rest. I wish this section was a little bit bigger, but it's not. Okay. Well, I'll have to look into getting more tabs at some point. I don't have the money and I'm not going to use it. If I do anything, I'll take my Microsoft rewards points and cash them in. You're fucking kidding. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, might not want to get in my way right now. Told you. It's gonna be up that way. It usually is when this map looks like this. In fact, this looks like the same map my friggin' monk went through. Probably isn't, but hey. I just realized what arrow I needed. I needed the stupid gas arrow, but like a dubber, I didn't think it all the way through. Whatever. Come on. Fighting bosses all day. The biggest threat to my character's existence is a couple of fucking turkeys. Oh, itchy. Well, there you go. Turkeys are dead. And I really didn't get anything of note out of it. I'd like to finish Act 2 before I get off of the stream. And I have until 4 o'clock to do it, technically speaking, but I want to get it done well before that. I actually have Pal World recordings that I need to do. I have all kinds of stuff that I gotta do today, so we'll see. We shall see what happens. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Okay. maybe not on that particular bow. Okay. That one's still a maybe. Yeah, it's just a bad roll on the fire damage, actually. Hmm. That's acceptable. That is a very acceptable start. Those are like two of the most generic perks that you can get on an item, and that's fine. That's just going to get dismantled as socket fuel, basically. And we're going to truck right along to trying to finish Act 2. Grab some more socket fuel. That's a pretty low space requirement on that. Cool. We're up to the spires now. Which means I can get my lightning resistance up by, local area object. And there's the local area object right there. All I gotta do is just walk over and push the button. Ta-da! Stay off the treadmill, buddy, unless you want to run on it. So I figured out a way to do the air vents without taking anything apart. And I figured out a way how to make it reusable. I'm going to need to pick up well, we already have the needle and thread. But I'm going to need to go pick up about, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different handkerchiefs. And some Velcro stripping. And I'm going to have to attach the Velcro stripping to the side of the air vents and sew the Velcro on the handkerchiefs, so that way it pulls the handkerchief flush against the air vents. And that'll keep 98% of the dust from getting into the house, and we can take them off of it and wash them in the washing machine. So we don't have to just throw them out, we can just reuse them. And that'll keep 98% of the dust from getting into our lungs. And for about, what, $7, I could do it pretty easily. And they don't have to be white. They could be colored handkerchiefs. We could go get some camouflage ones.
That's a good idea.
And all I'd have to do is just fold them in half, sew them up into about the same general shape as the air vent. Make sure that there's enough, fabric on the side to sew the Velcro onto the side of it, and just put the Velcro on the sides of the vents and then just attach them. And then no more dust. And it'll still let the air through to heat the house. Do you think that we could try to do that, at least?
Yeah, sometime.
Probably this upcoming Friday. I talked to Melinda. We're not doing a river visit. I'm just going to do one on, like, the TV or something. In fact, what I might do is find one of the hokier old webcams somewhere that I have around here and probably set it up on the computer that's up on the TV up there. So that way she can do a visit with all of us all at the same time without having to share having to share the phone constantly. I've also had a chance to consider something else too, and I think I'm going to do it. And I think I'm going to put the keyboard for the big TV over here where my tablet is. And my reasoning for doing that is because kind of a twofold reasoning. In that well, that's not quite gonna work now, is it? Huh. Well, it will, just not like that. There. There we go. Back on task. Well, I just got to thinking about it. if if you're getting sparks out of your heating vents, there's something severely wrong with your friggin' heater, and you need to call Meaty Morris.
Sparks?
Yeah, if there's anything that would cause anything to catch fire from these heater vents, that means there's something seriously wrong with your heating system. There is no reason for a handkerchief to catch fire off of an air vent.
Not that I know of.
And if there was a way that that would be a problem, they wouldn't make pre-packaged filters that you can put on them in the first place. Could you imagine the massive amount of non-liability waivers you'd have to sign if filters were a fire hazard like that before you could even buy them? That friggin' waiver would have to be a mile long. Mm. Okay. Well, I'm not really using the lightning rod anymore. So let's bump these skills up a peg on the list. There we go. Okay. Now. I need a fourth space for that to work that way. You know what? Actually, hang on. Hang on. Oh, it's under C. Cold infusion. There it is. Oh, excuse me. Push that up to that. And I need a gas arrow, and I think that'll do it for skills. Okay. Well, the assignment sheets anyway. Yeah, I know, I don't have a detonating arrow. What are you doing? You'll see. Actually, we'll both see, because I don't know if this is going to work either. Only 13? Wrong one. Not gonna lie, that was of no interest to me at all. Okay. Number 5 is my currency. I'll reorganize this off stream after I off this guy. I mostly just want to get Act 2 done. Yeah, I was just gonna say, for a caravan hauled by a bunch of slaves, this thing's hauling some serious ass. Oh yeah. It explodes. This skill combo is straight up napalm. Who needs accuracy checks when you're burning everything and electrifying everything? Oh, wasn't paying attention. Well, I've already got 3 different elements under my belt. Ice, poison gas, and fire. Oh, 4, lightning. Hmm. You know what? Hang on. I'm doing enough damage now to where removing those won't hurt me that much.
One must always be willing to change.
They may have nerfed it, but it's still a good combo. While I'm here. Well, it's kind of a toss, really. If I was going to do that kind of a build, Frostwall would be the ice, and it'd be a toss between Orb of Storms or Spark. I would consider Spark for the Lightning. That would be the cast on Shock or cast on Ignite, given the helmet that I'm wearing. I doubt that it would work that way. There's no way that they give us something that friggin' stupidly powerful. In fact, I don't have one with me, but you know what? Here's what I'm thinking. Well, the physical damage is per shot. To consider that for just a moment. And also, if I jam two of those in there, my dexterity isn't high enough. I can fix that.
Time demands afternoon. Nature's fury.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Why can't I use Ice Shot now? Oh, right. I leveled it up, and it stupidly did the thing. Yeah. It did the thing. Okay, let's undo the thing by fixing the thing. And then I messed up. Hopefully I have the funds to do it. No, I don't. No. I don't, but I will. Not have to spend money on fixing it, so. Got any more ads I can chop up and use for experience?
Jesus. The fool under the hooded one's way.
use cocoa.
Yep, that's nice. Still streaming over here, by the way. Trying to actually wrap it up right now. If I can get this guy out of my way, it'll be a wrap, but... This is ridiculous. This is retarded. Why am I stuck here? Like, what is killing me constantly? It's stupid. It is dumb. He can hit you with two or three tornadoes at the same time. That needs to be nerfed. Like crazy. It is the dumbest gameplay mechanic ever. It's basically an insta-kill. It needs to go. There was like zero telegraphing for that shit. Okay, turn into the dude over here. And we're done with Act 2. Finally. That took way longer than it should have. Yeah. See, Maine has this little problem, and me and my dad were just conversing back and forth on a Facebook comment thread a little bit about this. Not much. The problem we have is that our southern coastal region seems to dictate what happens to the rest of the state, even though they make up about 2% of the land mass. They seem to think that what they say matters more to the state than the rest of us. And in a democracy, that's true because their population is higher than any other single town. However, when you compare the two, if you isolate off the Democrat areas in the state of Maine and you compare them to the Republican areas, population-wise, outnumber them almost 2 to 1. And that's the problem. The problem is that the areas that have Republican representation don't fit the standards to have higher levels of representation in our state, and therefore don't get that level of representation in the state. And as a result, we end up with, well, a Democrat governor, and might as well say 3 Democrats running to the federal government to represent our state, when in reality we should only have 2 Democrats to, 3 Republicans going to the representative, and the governor should be actually an independent. If we're being honest. And I mean a real independent, not an independent that caucuses with Democrats at every turn. And the legislative end of the state of Maine has been gerrymandered to such a way that the Democrats have the majority and Republicans don't, because, our representation out here doesn't matter as much as the people in the city, apparently, which is a crock of shit. So, anyway, I'm going to leave the game at that, and the stream at that as well. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the content. I wish I could have done a better job at killing what's-his-face there, but, he kept pulling one over on me, and my build isn't exactly optimized, but, it is what it is. I'm going to play a little bit off stream and get some uploads ready for the Pal World end of things. I have to do some recording on that too today. So anyway, if you guys like the content, hit the like and subscribe button, leave a comment, and I will catch you guys in the next one.